Good morning, guys. Oh, make sure my camera don't freeze up. I don't know what it is with my camera freezing up every morning. Good morning, Trader G. That sucks. I was hoping for this breakdown, at the market. Oh, a little loud. Let me close that. That's a little too loud for me. Yeah, so I was hoping for this breakdown after the market opens here. Good morning, Nick. How are you doing today? We had a lot of support at this area. So I think on the ES, as long as the 519 holds, the Bears should stay in control. But if we lose 519, that's kind of like a major support on the ES. We don't have a lot of news today. I think we're pretty much news free this morning. Let me. See. I think there's a little two-star news later today, but I don't think there's anything that should affect us. I don't really think we have anything until Thursday this week or Wednesday. Well, I take that back. We have a consumer confidence tomorrow morning. So no news Monday, so we don't really know what to expect. Sometimes we get those choppy Mondays. It seems like sometimes these Mondays is some like my worst days or worst trading days. I know on Adam Manzini's newsletter, he says that we're still in that like that megaphone like structure, and he says if we lose that 519, we should sell pretty quick. And that was that same level from last week, was at 519 to 560, and that's kind of how we've been that's been like our area of consolidation where we're just between that 60 and 19. Let me update that. Let's see. This is kind of what I had marked out this morning from our hour chart and our 4 hour chart. I want to say that was from the 4 hour there. So if we can break the 1900s this morning, we should sell down. We just have to get through those 1900 strong. That's kind of where it looks like our major support is for the NASDAQ. If you're trading the NASDAQ this morning, if we can get below the 1900s, there's no reason why we should not be able to sell down to this next pivot level at the 840s. Let me look at it. Yeah, around the 840s. Like I said, don't really know what to expect as far as Monday goes. Usually I don't know what it is about Mondays. They're usually not that great sometimes. I feel like if you can survive Monday and Fridays, you'll have a pretty good week of trading. Those are usually the days that'll get you caught up in chop, or it's the first of the week, so you're all excited to trade starting Monday. Then you take that one trade to kind of f your whole week starting out. Yeah, we just have to get through that 1900 if we want to consider that 40 as a level. I just didn't know if this was kind of like a fake sell down, because I think there's a gap fill back up to the upside where we closed that Friday. Let's see. Surprisingly, there was a lot of move in the London and overnight. And see, that also usually makes for a really crappy New York session when London session has got a lot of movement in it. And also the Asian market. I mean, look at this dump in the Asian. Holy crap. So where did we close at? Trying to get this marked out so I don't lose track of time. I don't know. I feel like it closed in that gap from Friday. It just did it in the London session. So we may not reach back up to filling that from that Friday gap or Friday closed. We'll just put it there just in case. Okay. I don't know what that is lately, man. It just won't stop doing that crap. It's like ah. Seems like it always does that right before we open too. And I'll even reset that sometimes. You can see all my granddaughter's baby stuff there in the background. I gotta get that put away today too. All right. All right, guys, less than a minute. I don't even have an account selected yet. What do we trade today? We'll start off with an eval. I know we were just talking about that a while ago. How last night's market was moving. So I was telling them it kind of makes it crappy for New York session anytime you got a lot of movement in the Asian and London session. Usually the New York's is going to suck in the morning. It may not be the case, but I know a lot of times that's what we get whenever there's all that movement in the evening. No hurries this morning, guys. No hurries. Man, Baldwin, if I had a good overnight session, I don't even know if I'd want to take any trades this morning. I think I'm going to try to be as patient as I can and wait for the 15-minute opening. All right. I think we're all good and set up now. Thought everything's set up before we started this morning. I feel so far behind. We should run into a little resistance at the 34s. So just right below that VWAP. So there's a possibility the NASDAQ could also push up to the VWAP. So we broke that first leg there. So it was so hard not to take this trade above this first break here. But we resisted. We resisted the temptation. I thought if we broke this first internal swing, we should push up to this next level right there at the VWAP. Not quite there, but it's fairly close. How much money did you make off of the overnight session, Baldwin? Or did you get close to passing any of your evals or anything from the overnight session? Or were you trading your funded accounts? Oh, you don't trade your funded accounts during those sessions? I think for shorts, I like to see us maybe find support below the 28 and maybe work between the 28 and the 19 if we're looking for shorts today. Then for longs, I like to see both the ES and NASDAQ be above the VWAP. And I feel like if we can get above the VWAP here, we should be able to push this next pivot. The only thing that kind of worries me is we also have a pivot sitting at the 35s. But we also have a, what is that? A lot of imbalance all the way down from the 39. So it's like filling in those fair value gaps back up to give buyers a chance to buy at that price. You also have a pivot sitting at the 20s that you could possibly look for a short below it. But there's also been a lot of support between the 15s and 1900s. So if you are taking trades down that low, I just look for scalping until we're, at least that's what I would do until I know that, we're going to find that support around that 1900s for us to keep selling. Trader G, how did you fare Friday? Did you have a pretty good Friday? Oh, I meant to say, did any of you guys stick around? Remember that last trade I got stopped out on? I was like, we knew what's going down. And as soon as I logged out, man, that thing sold off like crazy. Oh. It's one of those deals where I was one candle early, my friend. One candle early before the sell off. Nice. I almost kind of look for a trade below this pivot here and see if we can take it down to the 1900s, 19s. Maybe we'll push the bottom of that 15-minute opening range for a good 20, 30 points. Sometimes you can trade the. I may try that just to take it down to the lows. We'll just put it right below the pivot there. We'll go to break even because I am on minis right now. I didn't mean to stay on minis. It just happened. I didn't want to. So if anything, this is just a free trade. I'll just go to break even. May come back and stop us out here. We're going to close it there. We don't want to lose all of our profits. We were up 200s. It may still go, but I don't like the fact that I was on minis on this account. I still feel like we may get down to that 200. I was looking for about 15 points, about $200. So I did lose about $100 off that trade. All right, so there's that 1900. That's kind of what I was shooting for there. Wow, we're going to sell straight to the 19 on the ES. I kind of wait to see what the ES is going to do here. Man, is this where we can take this thing to the 40s? Whew. I like the fact that we're at the bottom of the 15-minute opening range here. Oh, wait, we still got 2 minutes. I'm sorry, still got 2 minutes on that opening range. Ooh, that 40 in play. Maybe we can push back, test the 1900s, test the 28s, find support at those two levels. Then you also have that possibility of us filling in this fair value gap on the 2 minute. Consider that too. So the two levels we're watching is the 28 and the 1900. All right, so we did push back above that crap. Man. Bounced off the pivot again at the 920s, 923s. Yeah, it's very early. Kind of see where we filled in our fair value gap here. Man. It's like the yes is looking strong, but the NASDAQ looks like it wants to sell. Golly, man, are we going to push that 40s? Holy goodness. So the 15 minutes paying this morning. Man, we could probably go to 40. Man. Maybe we can pull back here, find support at the bottom of this 15-minute here. Man, look at the ES go. I may take something up to the pivot there. Let's see if we can get something to the pivot. We'll risk 200 to make 200. I like that the ES was finding support off of that. All right. Risk 200 to make 200, guys. Whew, that was nervous. So what made me enter that trade is I saw that once the ES pulled back, found support at the top of this fifth, because for some reason the ES and NASDAQ are in two different directions. So this is also the 15-minute opening range for the ES. This is something I have not been putting on there. I saw us pull back, finding support on the 15-minute opening range, then started going forward. So that's kind of what gave me a little bit of confidence to enter that trade. We're going to stick this account away because this is our 250K funded account. So we don't want to over trade with that thing. If we're going to continue higher, we would need to get above this. This is why I put my stop at this pivot here, because I knew we were going to find a little bit of resistance at the pivot. Above the pivot, possibly use your pivot as your stop loss. And the ES, if we get above the 42, we should go up fairly quick, because that's been a support level for Mazzini a few weeks back. And you also have the VWAP sitting at the 46. So, I mean, if you're able to pull the trigger at the 20 over this pivot, I mean, you had at least 20-point range you probably had to work with. So we've been slowly grinding this 250K higher. We're at $1,886. Two sim cash. Yeah, that's a nice long area. I probably would have took my profit at the 20s at the pivot, just because I would have been nervous that it would have got stopped there. But still, 20 points. 2 contracts? Heck yeah. So here's that 42 range that we were kind of mentioning. That was I want to say some pretty major support. I don't know if it was last week or the week before. It's whenever we got up to these all-time highs. Mazzini had this at his major support, that 42. Just be careful with the fake breakout, because sometimes we do get fake breakouts above Adam's numbers. You're thinking it's going to go and it'll reverse on you pretty quick. So my account's going to freeze for a minute. We're going to switch over to our Bulinox. We need, I want to say, like $40 to get another account funded on Bewley. And this is that trade I was telling you about. So we need $40 to get this account funded. This is that account I lost that one trade on Friday, Trader G. And I said as soon as I got off, that thing continued higher. So what do you think? Shoot for 10 ticks. Man, I feel like we touched a pivot right here. Oh. Oh, man. Damn it. Oh, I just could not pull the trigger. I wanted to. I only need like 10 or 12 ticks for this account, and I couldn't pull the trigger, guys. Uh. Why does it seem harder to get 10 points than it is to get 15 or 20 points? I think if I can see the ES push the 47s, might make me feel comfortable up to the 70s, maybe. Let's try it.
Target filled.
All right. It's so nervous just to get that little bit. All right, so we did push the 70s. We got the 20,000 inbound at the next level pivots. All right. So we're going to take that off. So right now we're going to have two Bewley funded accounts. So that was that last one I was trying to get over the 1,500 here. All right, so I'm gonna have to disconnect from Bulinox because we only had two accounts over there, and so right now both of them over the threshold, so I cannot trade those accounts anymore. One's been kind of funded for a while. I just have not paid the funded fee for it yet. So we're going to switch back to Apex. That's really the only account that I have evals on. So we did bounce right off that pivot on the 51s there. And we could use the top of this 15-minute opening range for support, and maybe look for a move back up to the 2000 pivots, maybe. Hmm.
Order filled.
We're just going to use our support as that 15-minute opening range. If it comes back and goes below it, we know, hey, it was a bad trade. And we could get stuck at that pivot. That's a possibility to sell back down. All right, so we're probably going to pull back and get my stop. All right, so we'll have to switch back over to our eval there. Ah, sorry about that. So we're still kind of bouncing off the top of that 15-minute.
Order filled. Order filled. Target filled.
Nice. Oof. I like that. I was actually just one candle too early on that last move. Hey guys, that's the story of my life, man. I'm always one candle too early. So here's that really big line in the sand for the ES is at 60s. If the 60 goes and we continue up, I have no idea how high we can go, but I know that's Adam's major support. So if we cannot get above 60s, we possibly could be looking for a sell-off. Did anybody else hop into any of those longs on the way up? Oh, I don't even have my. I've been so focused on charts, I haven't really been looking at the thing. So we took that trade on two accounts for this move up here. We took one on funded and eval. That last account was that one I took the loss on a while ago. That was a funded account. But we were able to get it back because, we could see that this was moving higher. We see that the 15-minute was holding up. I just didn't have a deep enough stop loss, but I did that on purpose because I wasn't sure if that was going to hold or not. It has a tendency to hold, but, nothing's 100% when trading. You can always just kind of go back at it and look at it in hindsight. Oh, I told you it was going to hold, but, that's why I said, most of the time I don't know. What longs from the 40s and 50s? I guess I guess maybe you took that off the VWAP, Patrick? Yeah, I like taking those trades off the VWAP too. Sometimes was it last Monday? I think I took like 4 trades off the VWAP. The VWAP was paying pretty good. All right, so here's that 60-58 area resistance that we have marked out up here. How many points did you get off of that, Patrick? Man, are we gonna get another pullback onto the top of the 15-minute? I almost want to jump over to micros, and the reason why we stayed on micros is because I don't have any of I I guess I marked all my stuff out on the minis this morning, not realizing it. Nice, $100. Now, was that your eval or funded? Or are you trading on a live account? Okay, nice. Ooh, at 15 minutes. Man, I almost I almost wanted to jump in with a little micro to see if we could go back up, but oof. I think it's because we're above this pivot on the ES over here on the 51. As long as 51 holds, we should be okay as far as moving back up. I think we're going to possibly test that 60 a few times. I think it'll take a good bit for us to move through the 60s. So this is why I kind of have this area marked out a little bit bigger, is because above 60s, you know, it could be to the moon. Man, there's not very often that you get, you know, decent moves above the 15-minute on both ends. So, like, let's say, for instance, if you've played the 15-minute opening range and you're just shooting, say, 10 to 20 points, um, I used to do 10-point moves above it. And so you would just go in and just put your arresting order here at the bottom of the 15 minutes. And it's literally probably a 50 to 60% win rate, but you just kind of have to do it a 1-for-1 to make a profit, because there are some days that you will take a loss. Or maybe we did 2-1. I think I did 2-1 when I did it. So you would have shoot for, like, say, 20 points with a 10-point stop loss. I mean, we can just kind of pull Fibonacci and see how far possibly that we're going to pull back on this move here. Well, crap. So we definitely could have a possible pullback to the pivot if we're going to get into the OTA or the I don't know, I kind of went blank on the what that's called. Premium zone buy or premium zone. And we also had a 2-minute inversion play off of here too for anybody that's taken these inversion trades. It's a small fair value gap. So I probably would have entered in this area here, and then your first swing. I don't know if that's considered a swing because it's one candle. Oh, it's definitely struggling to move. Patrick, how much more do you need on your eval to get that to funded? Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to the VWAP, so no, I wouldn't have never taken that trade. Usually, whenever I used to take the inversion trades, I would never take those around like the pivots, VWAPs, internal swings. What are you trading, $100,000 account or something to need $3,600 or 150? Or no, what is that? 100,000. It's either 75 or $100,000 to need that much. Were you down? Why would you need $3,300? I thought those were only $3,000 or $2,500. Oh, okay. You were down. Okay. I didn't realize you were including that. Okay. Yeah, most of the time it's very easy to get flustered whenever you're down. I know I struggle with that sometimes. If I get down, I want to like up the ante a little bit and go higher leverage. I mean, shit, I mean, basically did the same thing a while ago whenever I lost $200 on my funded. We just upped the leverage. I mean, I knew it was kind of going up, but we were just one candle or, basically a little early to the game. Because we went kind of higher leveraged on this other PA account. So right now we're up 445 on this fund. I traded this one off. This is that one I was trading off stream. I was trading it the same time as I was trading this one, but just doing it off to the side there. And this is the eval here. Let me pull it out. So this account is the eval, that one on the top. Then the bottom two are the PAs. This one, they're lifetime. I mean, heck, I lost the PA a few weeks ago, 2 Fridays ago. But these are lifetimes. That one I lost was a monthly, so I traded it a little bit more aggressively. But since these are lifetime fees, I don't even really take trades on them every day. It's just whenever I feel like we kind of have the right direction going is when I'll trade on them. So we won't trade on these probably anymore today. And not even sure the next time I'll do. I've been trying to take smaller trades on this one funded account, the 250K, since we have so much in drawdown. I feel like, even if I did take a bad trade, we can lose a little bit because I think the drawdown's like $6,000. I think, if I'm not mistaken, $6,000. It's a lot. I was fortunate enough to get one of these 50Ks funded in time before they ended that one sale back in May when they were letting them go for $17 with $85 lifetime. Some people were a lot more aggressive where they were trying, I don't know how many they were trying to get, but I know some people were buying quite a few of those accounts. I know Methodical Man, I couldn't even tell you how many 250Ks he went through, but I know he's at least got 5 of them funded over there. I almost feel like after this consolidation zone, this is kind of looks like the same play from Friday where we pushed up, we sold down for a little bit, we consolidated, then we had at least a, I don't know, 20, 30 point sell off. All right, there goes the VWAP there. I like to sell below the VWAP, but I kind of like to see us push below that pivot on the ES. I mean, it looks like it wants it. Man.
Order filled.
May try to take something down to the 30s. we'll risk $200 to make $200. This is back on an eval. We probably won't trade our funded accounts no more. I feel like we possibly, I think this was the OT price. I think that's right. Dang it. I just remembered that. I pulled that Fibonacci on that while ago. So kind of got me a little nervous now. I forgot about that. Let me pull that real quick. I'm pretty sure this was the, yeah, us 50%. It's right at it. It's, well, we got it. I was a little nervous there. I know we're kind of in that Fibonacci range at 50% to 60%. So I know usually you got to be kind of careful in that range. So I'm usually a big fan of the VWAP too. Kind of like if you were trading it a while ago, Patrick, I like taking trades off the VWAP. They're some of my favorite trades to take. I'm also trying to get better at what do you want to call it? Where we manage the trade. So like if we're looking for a certain area, if we lose, we try to want to make more than what we can lose. And I also like pivots. I also like taking trades off of pivots. So like if we found support at this 20, I would probably look for another short. The only thing that worries me about right here is the fact that we're over that 60% on a Fibonacci pool. So this is also the same play that was Friday, where we had a sharp push up. We pulled down a little bit, consolidated, and we sold off. I mean, we're getting back below that major support level of 1900s. I mean, shoot. Let's see. This is kind of what we have marked out over here on the 4-hour chart. I mean, you can always jump in with a micro or something below the pivot, use maybe the 1900 as your support and see if we can fill in this range here. And this is on, like what I say, the 1 hour. We got a candle right there at the 50s from earlier we pushed down. So let's see. 60. Yeah. Got to make sure I don't accidentally take a trade on that account because that's my funded account there. Wow, did we just bounce off the 15-minute opening range? What? Wow, we bounced right off that 42. Remember earlier we talked about that 42 being a major support level too. This is why I try to keep the ES over here, because if I don't put it over here, I forget about it. And I feel like I use the ES whenever I take trades on the NASDAQ. Man. That is crazy. That is a huge candle. That was a pretty wild move back up. I was kind of with somebody where it says we're looking for the bottom of the range down there at the 50s and 60s. Trader, you still sitting on the sideline? Mm. Are you talking about that 42 that 42 bounce? I know, man. That thing just bounced right off that 42. I forgot to pull it over here. I stuck it to the side because I was looking at the NASDAQ and I totally forgot about the ES. And I looked over. I was like, holy crap, we're about to hit that 42 again. Adam's 42 test. Man, we are up so much today. It's so hard for me to take more trades. Nice. What did you take yours off the bottom of the 15-minute range down here where it bounced off this 15-minute close of the 15-minute? Oh, you took the 42. Nice. I thought you meant 42 points. Thought you meant 42 points. I feel like until we have news either tomorrow or later this week, we're probably going to be ranging between that 42 and 60. Usually, whenever Adam picks some pretty strong numbers, it's just going to, you just have to live through the noise pretty much, kind of what he puts in his newsletter. Man, I really wanted to take this trade above this pivot here, but I hate that we're going into a pivot on the ES. So it was hard to pull the trigger. Okay, you bought the 50% retraction in the 20 EMA on the 5 minutes. That's right. I think I remember you talking about taking your trades off the 20 minutes before Roman. I used to use a lot of the lower EMAs. I just haven't used them in a while. The only EMA that I've been using recently is just the 200 and the VWAP. Then on top of that, I'll just trade a lot of the pivots. Those are usually the main things that I'm usually looking for, or maybe some fair value gaps here and there, and Adam's numbers. I try to put all those together to take my trades. Not the fair value gaps, minus those, but with Adam's numbers, with the pivot and the VWAP and the 200 moving average, and support and resistance on higher time frames. So we should have said methodical, man. The ES is running into a pivot. This is probably one of my better days trading, and this is only because we've been using minis, and I really haven't traded minis, this much in a while. We've been trading micros, so we're up 500 on our one eval. That's the only Apex eval that we're trading right now. So we're up 776. Our other two funded accounts, the 250K, we're up $1,800, and our 25K, we're up 547. So we definitely will not be trading our PAs anymore today. We may switch over to minis or micros and maybe look for some like good long trades for this other eval. But like I was saying before we started, Mondays is usually actually one of my struggling days. Usually Monday and Friday. It seems like I'll get in a hole on Monday, then Friday I'm up, but then I'll end up, say, blowing or something or messing up something. Not every Friday, but it just seems like it always happens on Friday. And for the longest time, I wouldn't even trade on Fridays if I was green Monday through Thursday because I didn't want to have to go through the whole weekend thinking about my mess up. All right. I may set up a chart and try that. I'll use this chart here. I'll just duplicate it in a new window real quick and set that up and try that. I hope I just didn't mess up. Doing pretty good so far today, Angel. It's been a pretty positive Monday. Between three accounts, I think we're up $1,100. I think 500. That's almost 1,000, 1,075. So right at $1,100 for the day. So it's been a pretty good morning so far. I was going to try out some of Roman's levels here on the 5-minute 20 EMAs. Are you only using the... So you plot on the 5 minute, but take your trades on the 1 minute? Is that correct, Roman? Is there anything else on your chart or just that 20 EMA? Like you don't use the VWAP, the 200 or pivots or any of that stuff? Just that 120 EMA? A lot of stuff. And do we find support again at the bottom of this 15-minute range? If we push the 42s again, we should have a nice little sell here. If we push down to the 42s. Man, I almost wanted to jump in and go to the lows. I just couldn't pull it. Oh. We're already kind of there. Never mind. I just thought it was a little farther down. You pulled it. I couldn't pull it. I wanted to, trader. Oh man! As soon as we broke that 15-minute opening range, and I saw the volume pushes, like God, I just want to pull it, but I just couldn't do it. Oh shoot! If I wasn't at $500, I probably could. It's like, golly, I just do not want to risk more of my profits. All right, there was that nice 42 bounce, right on the money. All right, so we're testing the 42 again. Just be careful of the fake breakout below 42 because that does happen at some of these major support areas where we will push below it. But if you do not let it test it, you'll get yourself caught in a short if you're trading the ES over here. We go back up from here. Yeah, 42 holds. We're definitely going to be consolidating in that what do you call it? That 42 to 60 range. Yeah, it's probably going to take some of those news plays we have later this week to get through that 60 or that 19. Let's see. Here's the 4 hour chart. Is this four? And this is 1 hour chart here. So here's that next pivot down at the 40s. I mean, I'm not sure we'll get down that low. Just the fact that we're stuck at the 42 on the ES. Apparently, be careful trading Apex. I keep hearing people saying their Apex is crashing this morning. Oh, excuse me. Oh, wait, never mind. I think that's just Methodical Man that has that issue. I finally made it where I can go back at least 30 days on the charts to get better support levels. This is kind of where I thought we were going to get down earlier. It was on this candle here from previous. I thought we would get down in the 40s, but we kind of stopped somewhere around the 60s. Oh, it was this candle here. Is when we traded below this opening 15-minute range. This is kind of where I thought we were going earlier, but we didn't make it. There's that 40s that we were talking about first thing this morning, trader. Uh, I lost my ES. Oh, it's right there. We just blew past the one pivot 40s. Maybe this is finally where we can start looking for a move back up. No, we traded below that one area. Oh, maybe. I mean, we definitely could push. I'm looking at the 4-hour chart. I mean, there's no reason the 4-hour chart can't push down to the 800s. Man, I almost wanted to jump in along with you there, Angel. I'm just scared we're going to get stuck at the 42. If we can get back above the 42, I may try to look for a long, but man. Angel, do you feel like this is our bottom, possibly? Or you think we need to wait to maybe see if we test those 800s? No, you don't think this is the bottom? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to push those 800s. That's kind of like the support over here on the 4-hour chart. But this area down here, actually all the way down to 780s. you talking about like the higher time frames, like the 4 hours over here? Mm. Whew, 720s. We got about 5 more minutes left on the 1 hour candle over here, so we'll just kind of see what that 1 hour offers here. We kind of bounced off the pivot at the 30s, 36s. Let's see. Actually, I can't see that. Actually, I think off the 2017, kind of one the number that Daniel was talking about. Or he sold at the 917s. I was attempting to take it off this level and take it up to the bottom of the 15-minute range, but I couldn't pull the trigger fast enough. The ES looks like it was pumping pretty good. It should make it to at least 47 before we run into resistance. Wasn't fast enough. It might have one ticked me if it doesn't move through because I probably would have had my order sitting right there at the bottom of that 15-minute. Mm. This is a fair value gap here on the 2-minute here. So that's what this line is kind of covering. Plus, we're at that 1900 mark. Oh, shit. I'm just going to sit there and watch that one. I was trying to find a good spot to enter one within these levels, but I just couldn't pull the trigger in time. I feel like I would have been entering a little late. I thought about trying to enter above the 1900s and see if we could get another pivot touch. And plus, we have another fair value gap that we need to fill in on the up here above the pivot. We broke this pivot area. And the ES is kind of in the middle of two of these support levels. So it looks like we're pushing back up towards the pivot again, towards the 51s. The original trade that I wanted is whenever we broke that 15-minute opening range again, but it's harder to pull the trigger since I'm up so much. I just know as soon as I pull the trigger, it's going to go in the opposite direction. For us to continue higher, we're going to have to find support at this 1900s. That's kind of was a lot of support last week there. So that was a nice little bounce off the 15-minute opening range there. I feel like we're kind of just kind of like this move in reverse. You know, we had the kind of the sharp move down, we consolidated for the move lower. I feel like this is the same type move where we had a sharp move up, consolidation, and look for the move higher. Most of the time, whenever I get in these trades, I'm always either like one or two candle too early. I feel like the ES wants to go back up and test that 5860 range. Man, trader, that was a nice Adam, like where we had the failed break of the 42 and it moved back above it. It's like his classic call there for his major support levels. Look, if you're able to do the 2 minute candle off of this, like let's just say if hindsight, I use the 2 minute candle a lot of times whenever I follow my trades up. Because a lot of times if we're in a directional move, the 2 minute candle will never come back and break. So you could have literally had your stop loss at every single 2 minute candle until you got stopped out. Yeah, I feel like we want to run possibly these equal highs right here. Let's see. Angel, did you take that long down at the bottom around that 40s or a little lower? We talked about that 840 earlier this morning, but I just didn't pull the trigger on it. I mean, I definitely feel like we have that area of just priming to move higher. It's like the ES is struggling to move down. NASDAQ is struggling to move down below the 15-minute opening range. These are the areas that we need to hold if we're going to look for a continuous long. Is anybody in any of these trades at the moment? Whew. Man, that 1900's been solid. Long ES. I almost want to see if I can grab a trade back up to the 20s. Nothing to do there, Husk. I don't know why I just read my name. Yeah, I didn't know if you got in off the low down there. I know you said you were looking for the lows down there. Yeah, any of the trades I take here, I would just be scalping. Like I'll be looking just for 10 to 20 points. So I would have looked for something off of this 1900 up to possibly the pivot range. And just try to have a closed stop on here. Looks like that probably would have been a quick break even, stopped out for break even trade because I would have went to break even quick. I'd have just used the 2 minute candles where if I was going to enter it, I would have entered like right around the 1900. Then once this candle prints, I'd put my, um, stop loss here. Then once this candle moves, I'd put it here. Then so on and so on until we get pulled back and stopped out. Oh, excuse me. Uh oh. Oh, sorry about that. I'm trying to get the ES chart back over here. Yeah, so if you were going to take that play up to the pivot, it would have been a slow grind. Wow, that was a nice little pivot bounce at the 20s. And it kind of looks like we filled in the rest of that gap there too. Kind of if you look to the left there, look there, right, it filled it in right on the money there. Let's see. Hopefully, most of you guys are green today. We've had some fairly nice little moves that, you know, if you're just looking for 10, 20 points. Excuse me. All right. I like the 1 hour. It looking kind of strong up here. It needs to get above this pivot though. Trader, are you trying to take your long up to the 60s again? Is that what you're looking for as far as your target goes in the 50s, 58 up here? I was like, what is going on with that? All right. It kind of took my levels off, but I switched over to the micros, is basically what I did. We just switched over to micros to lower our risks up some since we were up so high, and we'll try to take some of these scalping trades up. See if we pull back and test that pivot again. We got a pretty good sized green candle on the 1 hour chart, and it's trying to push the VWAP up there. Up at the 30s, that's kind of like the overnight London highs. Are most of you guys still kind of sitting sideline besides Trader and the long on his ES over there? Man. Hmm. It was so tempting to take a short here below that VWAP again. Looks like the hour chart wants to push down, and the last low on that hour is down to 820s. We would just that's kind of that gap area there. And this is also kind of where we touched that earlier. If I jump in this trade, it's just going to be on micros, so I won't be risking a lot.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Now, if this 15-minute doesn't hold, we'll probably reverse. Actually, we may just play it closer just in case this 15-minute range holds up. And we also switched back over to micros, so I'll take a little bit more riskier trades on micros since we are up $500 on this eval today. I thought maybe we would at least push down to fill in this fair value gap here. If I was on a regular account, I'd probably already least minis. I would probably take some of my profit or go to break even because when you're trading evals, you can't really lose $200 of drawdown. It's a little tougher. All right, so it looks like this 15 minutes going to hold up. Looks like we're going to move back higher. Let me close that trade. Yeah, we closed that trade. We already. All right. So the 15 minutes did hold up, but if you were able to take it off of that 15-minute, you probably could at least got 10 to 15 points. I was shooting for a much bigger trade. Like I was trying to get down to I was looking for like a 60 or 70 point move. Man, what a rip off of that. Holy goodness. So we're just kind of waiting to see what kind of reaction we're going to get around this pivot and the 30s for the VWAP. Wow. That was a nice little pullback into that fair value gap and back down again we go. We may try this trade again, do the 15-minute opening range and see what we get. Like I said, guys, these trades are probably a little bit more riskier, but the fact that we're up $500 and we're just going to be trading some micros, we're just going to jump in on one micro, see if we can get a long trade going in the right direction. It's going to try to take something down to the 30s. Yeah, we do, Patrick. Sometimes the hours vary. I mean, I usually always stay until at least 2 o'clock, but some days it varies depending on what we have going on. Ooh, we're going to bust that 15-minute range again. We have like one of these like weird, like huge wick hour candles. So it's really hard to kind of pick a direction because that's kind of what I'm watching to see. See how like we just have huge wicks on both ends. Oh. So I think we'll just wait for these ranges to break before we look for our next trade. Oh goodness. Trader G, are you still holding your long on the ES or did you take profit already? Let's see. You took profit. Nice. If we can move back below that 15-minute opening range, I may look for another short there. But for higher up, I'll be looking for us to get at least above the VWAP here. Maybe we can, touch those highs from overnights up at the 2030s. Trader G, how do you trade your ES? Are you using micros, like one micro or something for like, was it $25 a point on the ES? Or is it $5 a point? I can't remember. Maybe it's $5 for one mini. It's been a long time since I've traded the ES. I think it is $5 a point because I think I used to put on 5 micros or something like that for $25 a point and look for 5 points. Okay. Now, is that all you trade? Is one micro, the $5 a point trades with that? Okay, so that's what I used to do too. I used to do 5 micros for the $25 points a trade. I would look for like 5 points for $250 or something like that. So we have been hovering around this pivot for like the last hour. It seems like we just keep returning to the pivot. Yeah, my struggles with the ES is I didn't have the patience for the ES. Like I struggled real bad with patience when I first started trading, and it would be hard for me to stay into trades. With anybody that's new to trading, everybody kind of goes through that. The paper hand trader where they can't hold trades. Now it's much better, but back then, no. Oh goodness. I'm I'm hoping the ES wants to test this 5860 again. Maybe we can take this crap up to the highs up here at 90s. But we are just going to enter it on 1 or 2 micros. Oh, okay. So what we may do here, like let's say if we do enter long above this pivot or above the VWAP here, we'll try to add to our position, but we're only going to enter the trade with one micro. And this way, if it's the wrong direction, we won't be out no more than like 20, $30 at the most. I've been wanting to, like, you're talking about trading the ES. I really been wanting to, like, I can read Adam's numbers, but I really haven't really found a good way to trade them yet. So usually I just use them to take my entries on the NASDAQ off of Adam's numbers.
Order filled.
Yeah, so he's mainly long. Yeah. Until that 519 fails, I mean, it's really the longs are going to be the go to. So we tried to take something above this pivot again, but it doesn't look like we're going to make it. Might lose 25, $30 off of this trade.
Stop filled.
Ah, shoot, I had it on 2 micros. Sorry about that. For reason I thought I had it on just 1 micro. I guess I had it on 2. I didn't realize it. Man. Wow, that pivot is still holding, guys. I guess I'm just going to wait till we get out of this consolidation area. I was hoping I can maybe get a pick that long above the pivot, but the pivot held. Yeah. I was I was being a little reckless over here just because we were up so much this morning, Daniel. We're up $500. Well, we were up $500 on this account, so we were trying to we were trying to time it with a mini or micro. I saw us pushing that pivot, and I was like, man, maybe we're gonna move up to that next pivot. I was trying to take a trade up to like the I was looking for like a 70-point move. But I know I need to sit here and just be patient and um, wait for us to get out of this box. Probably should be trading the zones with Angel over here, where we draw our box out and just see how many trades you can take from the top side of the box down. Nice, Daniel. Up 32 points on 4 PAs each. What is that? Let's see. What is that? $300 per account, right? Yeah, $300 per account. Oh wow, that's a pretty good day. Times four. Wow, $1,280 today. Nice trading day, Daniel. Especially on PA counts. So we're back at that stubborn 1900 again. So I swear we've hit this 1900 slash pivot so many times today. All right, so it's a possible move back down to test that 42s again. Oh my goodness. Wow. So what I'm doing is I'm going to be patient and wait for us either to break the previous 15-minute opening range or back above the VWAP to kind of get out of this consolidation box that we've been stuck in since basically 10 o'clock. Hopefully it doesn't do this till like, 1, 2 o'clock in the evening where we're just basically moving sideways, for that evening move. Yeah, same here. That's what I'm gonna try to be patient, wait. I tried to time it earlier in that one trade, but it didn't work. But that's why we tried it on a micro. I definitely wouldn't try it on a mini. How many total funded accounts do you got, Daniel? Okay, wow, that's quite a few. I think I have like a total of what, 5? I think total accounts. I just passed my other eval on Bulanox, so we got 2 funded accounts on Bulanox. I did lose a PA 2 weeks ago from copy trading. It was pretty choppy. I don't remember if was that OPEC Friday or the Friday before that. It was one of those choppy Fridays where I got into a bad trade and tried to do a little revenge trading and fell that account. We still have these 2 PAs and this eval here is kind of what we're trading at the moment. So, and we're halfway to getting this one to funded. So does that mean you're copy trading all 4 of your funded accounts? Man, I don't know if I have the boys to copy trade 5 funded accounts. Oof, I'd be nervous. I feel like maybe go do a coffee break. I think I'm gonna wait at least 30 more minutes because once we get into that lunch hour, we definitely start consolidations. Micros, no big deal, but the minis make me nervous. Yeah, same here. I actually traded the minis this morning, and I usually never trade minis. I traded the minis because I didn't realize it, but I had started marking out all my levels and targets that I was looking for, and I was already on there. Then I didn't want to switch over because the market was already open, and so I had to redo everything. So I just left it on there and just went with it this morning. But we're back on micros right now. But we were on minis early this morning. Luckily, it all worked out. My fearlessness doesn't really kick in until I'm on a sim account. Last what is it? I think it was 2 weeks ago. I don't if I trade on a sim account, usually I'll let people know. But I think was it 2 weeks ago I had like 100-point sim account victory. We were the master sim account for that day. But we're not on sim today. I almost feel like going over to sim account, just the fact that we're up so much on all our accounts, but I feel like we still can risk a little bit using a micro. I kind of like to get that 50-point move plus, is kind of what I'm looking for. Looks like a methodical man's in along over there. If anybody's here's watching methodical man, I'm not sure what kind of trade that was though. Wow, that pivot has been a wall today. All right, so we also just started a new 1 hour candle. Wow, is this the move back up that we've been waiting on? Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm not sure what he's trading over there. I think I have Nutty a little bit louder than him, so I think Nutty's over talking him at the moment. Which Nutty's kind of gotten off trading. He's over there just rambling at the moment. Hey, how you doing today, Cal? You still trading your sim account strong? You still doing the sim? Wow, that pivot's been a ice wall for like the last 40 minutes. Nice. Last week actually would have been a good day to pick up one of your cheap evals. I'm not sure what prop firm you're trading on. But if you're looking for a cheap prop firm, I know last week Bulanox had them for 90% off. So you could have picked up an eval for like $15, $16. Cheaper the better when you start out. That way it doesn't it puts a little bit more stress on you, know, just starting out, but it's not much stress for $15, you know. But that they only did that trade, I mean that 90% off for 2 days. And so now I think they're more like 30. I think they're doing either 83% off is what they're doing. And Apex is doing 80. Top Step, I think if you have that X platform, they do a lot of their counts for. Yeah, that's for all their big accounts, right? Yeah, Trader Z. Yeah, that's not bad either. For right now, I think they got the 100K, the 150K, and the 250K for 40. Yeah, Apex has definitely been having some issues with their Ripnick. I'm not sure what you're trading on, Cal, but you know they also have a Tradeovate if you do want to use Apex. Or I use Bulanox and Apex. I use both. Okay. See, I've never used TradingView to trade. I used to like Tradeovate, but before Top Step used to be primary, a lot of people used Top Step with Tradeovate, and so Tradeovate used to have some issues too. And I think it's been a lot better since Top Step stopped primarily using them. Yeah, the last month has been tough with the Ripnick issues that we've been having. And there's quite a few other prop firms out there. I only, like I said, only use these two just because a lot of times I just try to stay with the cheapest ones until you know your stay be pretty consistent. Oh yeah, we had a pretty good morning. All of our accounts are well. This I actually was up 530 or $40 on this one. I took two trades because we were trying to time either the bottom or the top a while ago. So this is an eval that we're up 471. And these two are my funded Apex accounts that we have. One's up 200 and a total of 1,882. Unfortunately, I got to make it to $6,000 before I can take any kind of payout on that one, though. So it's still a good ways to go. And this is a 25K funded account. We're up 550. But I've been trading these pretty slow. I haven't really traded these a lot, just here and there, because these have lifetime fees on them. So I really don't have to be in a hurry to trade them. Then I also have two more funded accounts that I'm about to have on Bulanox. I just got to pay the activation fee. And one of them I'm almost about to hit the date, so I'm going to have to pay that pretty soon. Yeah, I know. It's definitely. I want to say once you get over $6,000, you can request a payout from it. Once you get over 6,000. So if I'm not mistaken, you get the say $6,000, you can request $3,000 of that. Then you can just kind of do it over again. I'm only doing that so I can, go ahead and just try to pay myself sooner than later. I just got to keep from myself, some people struggle with, to have a bad trading day and you try to revenge trade and get it all back in a trade or two. Yeah, I used to, when I first started trading, I want to say for the first year, I used Trade of Eight. And then to what the reason why I switched over to Ninja is because I like a lot of the indicators on here that are easy to install. And this way I didn't have to pay for TradingView no more, because I used to pay for TradingView, but I don't pay for it no more because I just don't use them. Because most of the indicators that I like to use, I can just get them free here on Ninja. Wow, is this finally the push down that we've been waiting on? Whew. You said you have a question? That I'm not sure. I've never tried linking the accounts. I'm not sure if someone else may knows that. I'm not positive about that. If you have a TraderVay account, if you can see real time data on TradingView. I mean, all you can do is just try to link the accounts and see. But like I said, I'm not positive on that one. Yeah, that's the reason why I got away from TradingView. I just didn't want to pay the 20 something dollars a month or whatever how much it was. But also, I was trying to get away from those buy and sell indicators. I feel like those used to hurt me more than they helped me because they were such a lag on those. Which most new traders, I've been doing. I started what at the end of 22, and most people who usually start out trading will kind of get caught up in the indicators and all the indicators that you see on Instagram or wherever people posting those things. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's just something I never tried. So we're still just kind of waiting on a move. We just Man, we're going to. Oh, we're so close. Let's see. Let me take another stab at this again.
Order
I think I
filled.
will. Um, and this could be a failed trade. We're just jumping in on one micro. We're trying to see if we can take out the lows again. Hmm. Where were the lows at on the ES? Yeah, I would consider this a risky trade. It's just because the fact that we've been consolidating in this area for a long time. And we're also on one micro overnight, the 519s. And if we can get below this area, I may even try to add a little bit to my order. Add a few, maybe another micro or two to it. Oh, the consolidation box just does not want to let go. Looks like we may be faked out again, guys. In case it kind of goes up here and taps that 1900. So right now we're down $26. I think I was going to willing to risk about $30 to $40. I guess I didn't realize there is a lot of support around this 45. I don't know if that was an area that maybe I forgot to mark out or something this morning. on Adam's numbers because it looks like we bounced off these 45s quite a bit. If we start losing these 47s, I may go in and shut this trade down. All right, so this next candle is probably going to get us.
Stop fill.
All right. So that was a $40 loss on that one. So I don't know if I'll take the next 15 minutes losing range because we done took that thing twice and fell. Is it anybody taking these range plays where you're taking it from top side of box to bottom side of box? Hmm. Might be time for a coffee break, guys. I feel like I'm trying to make something happen here. Where's my thing at? All right, guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We're gonna go grab some coffee since we've been just kind of consolidating. Maybe when I go get my coffee, we'll finally break that 15-minute range trade that I've been trying to grab onto. All right, we'll be back in like a few minutes. We didn't miss anything. All right, guys. Doesn't look like the market moved at all since we've been gone. I was hoping maybe if I'd left, it'd go for you. Man, we done tested this 85 range so many times. It's 80. It's it's lunchtime, no chance. Yeah, this kind of feels like our typical Monday right here. I wish I had another account to trade. I really don't want to take any more trades on this freaking eval because we already lost $100. It's hard to lose too much money on these evals when they count that against your drawdown. So oh. You work harder at trading than any other job you've had. Yeah, no kidding. But good thing about doing this, I enjoy you know the trading and price action and you know learning as much as I can about trading. I try not to overlearn too much when I'm doing this. I try to keep it as simple as possible. So far, trading Adams levels have been probably my favorite. You know, it's just kind of clear cut, dry. Yeah, I know what you mean. Before I started streaming, I would just be up and down all day. Like I'd listen to whoever for say 15, 20 minutes, 30 straight, but I'd get up and go do other things. I used to only take one trade a day, like two at the max. So I would look for that one trade early in the morning, uh, between like 8:45 and just be done for the day. I know sometimes he almost makes me wish I could hold trades overnight, where he gets in those longs and stays in those longs for a long period of time. But I know that I want to say Bulinox has a $10,000 account that you can do that with, but I've never tried it. That they'll allow you to trade overnight with. I don't know why these some of these people in Nutty's lobby ask him about Apex because once he starts talking about Apex, like he doesn't stop. Apex, Apex, Apex. So a while ago, whenever I was getting short down here at the bottom range of that 15-minute, and I saw us kind of pushing this 47, I was thinking maybe we would pull back and either touch the VWAP or that 42, but that hasn't been the case. And I don't recall there being a level at 45, but they could be. I know Apex, Apex, goodness. Uh oh. Let's see here. Let's see if 45 was one of the levels and maybe I just forgot to mark it. See, supports are 34, 28, 19. Ah, major was a 45. Dang it. And I missed that this morning. All right, let me put that on there. If I'd have knew that, that would have kept me out of that trade earlier. And I forgot to mark it. I guess I missed that when looking at it this morning. It's that 45 to 50 range. Where did I get 48 from? Maybe I looked at something wrong this morning. Oh, wait, no, that's 54.50. That's not 55. He had 47. I don't see anywhere that he has 47 in his letter here because I'm sitting here looking at his letter and I don't see. Oh yeah, you're right. I see it now. I see resistance there. This is 47. Usually what I do mine is whatever the bottom line is, that's his resistance letter or resistant numbers. Then I usually go up about a quarter of a point or whatever above his levels. So 45 is not on there, I think. We're just gonna leave it there. Just the fact that we bounced out of this area quite a bit. Oh, you guys are funny. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Okay. 55.42, methodical man. We haven't gone back down there to touch that 42 in a minute. That's where I kept getting short at earlier on that 15-minute opening range. I thought we were going to go back and test that 42 again. So it looks like we're pretty much going to spend all day trapped between the 42 and 60. Methodical man, how did the Big D account go today? Oh, you're taking that out the bottom of that range, Angel? Oh, you didn't start. Oh. How many trades have you attempted out of that range, Angel? Oh, it's just what you have today. Okay. Four so far. Man, we rejected the pivot again. My next trade, I'm gonna I'm approaching as cautious as possible since we've already taken 2 losses on micros. We've taken back-to-back losses, trying to buy you know, the breakouts. It keeps teasing me with this sell back down. Uh, Hello. What? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but wasn't positive. Yeah, I thought I already had it all. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, well, they supposed to. They supposed. I thought they were supposed to replace it. Yeah, because it's damaged. Oh, whenever they replace it. Okay. Hot water. Okay. 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 Well, if you go by the bank, just get the 3,700 out. Okay. And I'll get the then I'll well just get the 3,700 and I'll get the other 12 later. All right. Love you. Bye. No, we had to we use well, we had to put $3,600 down the other day for a deposit on that roof that we're having replaced on the other house, and we use cash. So she was calling to let me know that none of our gas lines are broke in the attic. So that's good because we had to have the gas lines tested. So now we can, I think they're supposed to hopefully come fix the roof sometime this week. Oh no, there's the short. Do we take it? God, we're so close to that 42. We're going to give it a whirl. One micro deep. All
Order.
right. We're just going to put our stop loss at the bottom of this opening range. So it looks like we're risking about $10, $20 on this trade. Oh, dang it. Not the fail breakout again. Uh-oh. All right. Dang it. Oh my goodness. All right. Screw you shorts. Man, we definitely have a ice wall in this area here at the bottom of this 15 minutes. Those 15 minutes, man, they can be, it's crazy how strong those areas are. Oh, this thing, damn, they better not sell off. Oh my goodness. I'm not even going, I'm just going to push the mouse away. No, not even going to be tempted. If it goes, it goes. Hmm. Even if it continues lower, we're just going to watch. We're not going to participate anymore. I like that we finally did print below the 15-minute finally, instead of just running candles. Oh. Oh, did you jump in the short again, Angel? Oh yeah, I've tried this short 3 times for the break of this 15 minutes. You got short at 76? Is that what you're saying? You got short at 76? Yeah, we lost about 130 or 40 bucks. It's on. We're on an eval, so I'm not stressing the eval over here. And this is where you got short outside of this consolidation box, Angel. Woo. What is your target, Angel? Oh.
Order filled.
All right. We're going to give it one more whirl with you there. Angel, what was your profit target? You think maybe the 30s? Kind of makes me nervous. We're kind of pushing into the VWAP on the 42, so this could be a little bit of risky. I wasn't paying attention over here. So could have run into some resistance here at the 42. Let's see if we did push below it earlier.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
If we lose 42, we should go quick. We're almost at a point where we can go break even if we want to follow our 2-minute candle setup. But since we're just in for one micro, we're not going to really sweat it at the moment. So we're just going to risk 20 bucks. We'll just put it back at above the 15-minute opening range.
Order failed.
$27. Come on. 35 is all I care for. After that, it can do whatever it wants to do. Come on. We got to get through that 39. Hmm. I just don't want to come up here and like one tick me, then sell right back off. It's like hold. Not looking too promising, guys. Like 39, that 39 is having a hard time failing. Don't really want to look for another push up back up here to the 42s. Oh, man. All right. We just have that gap there. I didn't know if it was going to fill in that gap. So that was kind of worrying me there.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
Oh, my goodness. Come on. It's like, just want it to go already. Oh, come on.
Order canceled.
All right. We're just going to take it to that pivot. Well, I've been trying to do a little bit better at risk managing my trades. And so I want to make sure I get in the right direction of going, then I add to it. We're back down to 1 micro. We had that baby up to 10 micros. We were sitting like on a mini deep. Woo. No stress now, baby. We're good. Actually, we might see if we can take it down to the lows. This is just one micro, and we'll just do the 2-minute candle push down.
Target filled.
Oh, all right. Out of that trade. Woo. That's a short I've been looking for all morning. We tried it took 4 times to get that short, but at least we got all of our money back and some that we lost from earlier, so we're good. You also could have had a nice entry back up here in the 60s too on the retest of this. Uh, Let me see. Yeah, it was off of this wick here from earlier this morning. But we were taking our trades based off the bottom of the 15-minute opening range there. Like I said, it probably took me, that was probably the 4th try, but I was able to make it where I only lost like $20-$30 at a time until you finally get it going in the right direction. Did anybody else take the short besides Angel there? I know that was a nice 50-point runner. So that's got us pretty close back to funded. We only need $500 more on this 25K to get to funded with this one again. Which, trust me, I've gotten plenty of accounts close to funded and messed them up. So, wow. Man, Angel, I think we could have went for the 100-point move there. Yeah, I wish I'd have looked over here. This is the 1 hour chart that we had marked out this morning, and And these levels go all the way back till the first of the month, back to the 12th. You have your other zone at 67. So yeah, I had it marked out at the 70. So I guess that'll be about in that area somewhere, the 767. So guys, even though we took 3 losses on this trade before that, just trying to get the breakout, so that's why I've been trying to enter in on like just one micro to make sure we get the entry right. And then once you know you have the entry right, you can add to it. So that's just something new I had started doing last week to try to get better at managing my losses and wins. Because there's nothing worse than going in heavy and you're down one, two, $300 because you entered in with 5+ micros. So it seems to be working better for me to enter with one micro, then add 5 or more micros to it later down in between like levels. So if we're going to get through the 65s, more likely we were going to run down to this lows. And this is the level I waited before we broke, before we entered, or I added to my position. And I started doing that after I kind of blew up my account 2 weeks ago. I had blew up one of my PAs and uh, evals copy trading. So So technically, this is the second time that we've broke the 15-minute range at the bottom side today. We broke it first time this morning here before we sold back up. We broke it again, then sold back up. Then this is kind of where we started consolidating before we broke it again. So I think that was about a 300 $30-$40 trade, that last trade, because we lost a little bit of money this morning. I think we lost about $130 trying to take that short, so we were down to 400. We were sitting at 540, 530. I can't remember. And like I said, we took that trade 3 times before that, trying to either take that long or short out of that consolidation box. But with the move down, we were able to get that back plus $200. All right, so here's my accounts for the day. We're up 738 on the eval there, 200 on the funded account for the 250K, and 445 on the 25K funded account. So I don't know how many more trades I'll take. I feel like we've traded quite a bit today. We've taken a lot of trades, and I think I'm done risking my profits at the moment. Are we already back down to the 19s? Let's see here. Uh, 500s. Woo. I think for us to get a sell that deep, I almost feel like we'd have to break this 55.19. Oh goodness. Yeah, that 519 down there, that is some major support. If we break that 519, we could definitely sell off. But I think they would probably wait till the news to sell that. Or maybe we push down to test it. Maybe, it's a possible we push down to test that 19. We tested it earlier this morning, or was that last night? Maybe that was last night. Okay, yeah, that was last night that we tested that 19. So if we break this 28, what do you think? A possible trade down to the 760s, maybe? I know. If we can get through the 28, man, and go back down and test that 19, 64 is what you have. Trader, did you take any of that big trade down just a few minutes ago? Yeah, that's all I took it on was eval myself too. Which I've only gotten one eval at the moment. So I mean, it's only the one eval. Oh, that's the one eval I'm still trading on. Turn this alarm clock off. So I'm just kind of waiting for the break of this 28 here to see if this 28 will break. Then we may look for another short on a micro down to the 70s or 60s. But we'll need that 28 to really break, and we need to kind of move back down here to test this 19. We did test it one time overnight. And if we ever lose that 119, we're definitely going to go, which it'll probably take a time or two. Usually, any kind of major support, you'll get a kind of a fake breakout where it moves back down it, then we'll move back up. That's kind of sometimes what we get on those atom numbers. Fail breakouts, I guess, is what you would call it. He calls it. Woo. Goodness. Woke up too early last night. I'm feeling tired. So I think that was the lows from earlier, from 9:50 this morning. Hmm. See if we pull back and test this a little bit. Don't know if we will. So shoot.
Order filled.
Let's see if we can get something down to the 60s there. We just jumped in on one micro, so not really risking a lot here. We probably won't even add to it since we're up so much today. If this 28 holds, we'll more likely push back up. Basically, what we need is this 28 to fail for us to test that 19. And I'm not going to add to this trade. We're just going to leave it on one micro. If we get it, we get it. If not, it's not a big deal. We're risking about $40. We're risking $40 on this trade to make what, two times that's 30 to make $60. So we won't make a lot. Yeah, I really wanted to get back on at this pivot when we retested at the bottom of this previous range, but I didn't pull the trigger fast enough. I saw that we were still above the 28, so this is kind of what scared me off of there. You think it's going all the way to the 23? Man, what do you see? All right. Whew. That's a long ways. That's a long ways down there, Angel. That's almost 70 points. The only way that happens, man, we would have to. I don't know if we. That's that's quite a bit. You have 5 contracts. All right, I'm gonna put my stop loss back up here at this pivot range up here. Since we're just in for one micro. Hey, we're not entering it with a lot of risk. We're only entering with one micro, so and I may add to it. We'll see. We'll see. We may add to it. If this 28 can hold, we need 28 to hold. If not, we might start pushing. Oh, you already sold some of your contracts off? I just didn't know if we would have a like. I should have waited to make sure we didn't have no good like 50% pullback because I mean I don't think we'd pull that far back, but shit, you never know. I may kill my trade if we get back above this range here because this was kind of a good bit of support in this area here. Hopefully we can find some support around this between this line here and the pivot here. Yeah, I'm gonna close it at this pivot. Once we move above this pivot, I'm getting out. If I can get back close to break even, we may just go in and close this trade. You're back on again. That's funny, Angel. It's like back on. Yeah, if I was any, I'm only able to stay on, man, because I'm in low risk. The what I was gonna lose maybe $60, $70 at most, and we were up 700 for the day. You know, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Now, there's no way I could do that if I was in like with a mini or five micros or something. You still don't have 23 as your target, do you? You still think you think 23 is still your target? Nautical man thinking 7061's his target. Just being patient, guys. Either we're going to take a hop out of this trade above the 30s, or we're going to see what we can get as far as it sells down. Hello, QQ. How are you doing today? I'm trading on the Ninja platform. We are pretty much trading Adams Manzini's numbers. Pretty much is kind of what usually I'm trading off of. Usually I have his levels kind of pre-market. And so these are kind of his levels here that we have marked out, and we've just been trying to trade level to level. So I'm in this trade pretty light. We've been trading either minis or micros most of the day. So a lot of times what we're doing is just trying to get in the trade as early as possible if we can with one micro and just add to our position. Yeah, if we can break this 28 over here on the ES, I'm hoping that we flush down and test the 19. Type 19 is more likely our target down, and that's where we're probably going to bounce at. We did test that 19 overnight during the Asian market. A lot of red since noon. Yeah. I think I'm not sure who was all in here. A lot of us took the big short, the first short down earlier for what 40, 50 points down. Most of us hopped in around the 70s and got out around the 30s. Well, 40 something points. And since we're just in one micro, the even though we are down 20 handles, I mean, just being down 20, it's only $40. So we're testing that 28 again. We really need to see that 28 fail to see the waterfall.
Order submitted.
Just kind of looking for an area to add to my position if we can. I just don't want to get in too soon.
Order submitted.
So we're finally losing that 28. Oh, it's like, come on, let's go. I definitely wouldn't want to be sitting through this trade if I was in this heavy. You know, there's really not any stress on me right now just because we're just in for one micro. But we're going to add to our position around the 85. I'm hoping once we hit the bottom of that, we sell pretty quickly to the 60s. Hopefully, moving into this 2 o'clock hour, we'll finally get a little bit of movement. We'll be out of that lunch hour. So if I killed this trade now, we would only be down $26. What are you trading on QQ? Are you trading on Ninja also? Or are you using like Trade Evade or Trading View or Quantower, Top Step? I think those are usually most time people are trading on. Like, what do you mean by as far as like you talking about like you have a lot of stuff on your charts? Oh, well, I don't know if I haven't really done anything to the candles, I don't think. The only thing I've done there as far as maybe just put the dark background in so it's not so bright. You're using dark gray? Yeah, I used to use the gray also too. I remember using the dark gray. Hopefully this is just a little bit of a consolidation pool. If we do start pushing that pivot, we will be looking to get out of this trade. Once we start crossing that 30 range. You also have your stop there at the pivot here at the 30s. Yeah, so if we do close our trade at the 30s, it'll just be like a $70 loss. Luckily, it hasn't came down here and added any more contracts to it because we do have some more contracts sitting down here that we're trying to add. Man, I almost feel like I need to add to my position up here at the freaking 30s. Should have added one more micro there. You entered at the pivot? Yeah, I wish I had entered a little bit earlier. What was scaring me off is we were sitting at that 28 level. I mean, we can take the trade off here, just lose 30 bucks and just be up 700 for the day on this account. Let's see what I need to just get over the 1,000 mark. I don't know. I needed like 70 bucks or something like that to get over the 1,000 on this account. Believe. Oh yeah, we're gonna ride it out, Angel. We're not the only way we're getting out of this trade if it comes back up here and stops us out. We're hoping we get a quick push. That way we can add to our position. Try to pick up an extra 15 points. All right, so we hit that 2 o'clock. So maybe we'll. Everybody's back from lunch. Everybody's starting to take some volume kick in. So we just also started a new 1 hour candle too. So we're brand new 1 hour candle. It does look red, so that's positive. Mm. Yeah, we're almost back to our break even spot. We just need a hard push down on the ES over there. Yeah, I'm hoping for a push down to the 19s. I hate that the NASDAQ is going a little slow. I want it to go a little faster. So far we have struggling to get through that whole number at the 800s. Man, I really should have added my position up there at the 30s. Should have did some dollar cost averaging where we buy in when we're down on the eval. All right, we're back to our break even spot. Is that going to be our one, like you get those chances to get out of trades? I hope that's not the case here, but like you get those chances to get out of trades, but you don't take it. Whoa. Nice that the 28s are holding up. Hopefully, we'll find some support at that 28 for us to finally maybe move down to the 19s. Oh, the stiffness. The 5 minute bar is still red. So this is also the 1 hour chart. So we're kind of at the in that support area that hopefully we can get through and push on down to the 70s here. 67, 65 is the bottom of that range. Oh, dude, I've had more than two. So basically, earlier, like I said, I enter on one micro so I can withstand those losses, and I'll add to my position. But dude, I got down. I think it took me the fourth trade till I finally got that long sell off earlier, and I just added to my position and made all my money back. This way, you don't really have a lot of stress whenever you're entering on one micro. Now, if I push down to the 85s and start bouncing a little bit, it adds a little bit more because then we'll be in for 5 micros. And I really necessarily don't even need to do that because we're already up $700 for the day. There's really no reason to be risking any more of our profits. I just hate whenever we add, sometimes we do have to sit down a little drawdown. I just hate that we're not run. I would like to see us, kind of have a little bit of a waterfall to the downsides. Oh yeah, it definitely possibly can. There's never no guarantees, man. I just try to pick spots where I look like we may get the sell off where we're not at the low, we're kind of below the low, and you just kind of hope that we fall through. We're finally pushing the ES is finally pushing down again, hopefully, and we're finding support at that 28. Yeah, I feel like we definitely have room to move down. Al Brooks selling pressure theory. Okay, I don't guess I've ever looked into his. I feel like I've heard that name before, but I've never looked into like any of his information. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Roman is that 62 sell down in the 60s. We kind of had it. We marked it out this morning on the 1 hour chart. We just got to get it there. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see. Yeah, no problem, Angel. Have a good evening, sir. Well, at least we're back to the positive side. It's like, it's like that opportunity to get out of a trade or taking any, because we've been in this trade for a while. No, we're going to stay on as long as we can, at least with one micro. We're going to try to scalp a little bit out of this if we can, about 10 points. We got I think Roman said we got double bottoms down at the 62s or equal lows. So, all right. So finally, maybe we can get some points here. Yeah, once we get so far down, we'll start following it down with our 2 minute candle strategy we use. Whew, the struggles. Come on. Let's get down to at least 75, and after that we'll follow it down with one micro. We're only looking for extra 40 bucks added to the trade if we can. And we might have to take some drawdown to move back up to get some liquidity here. Hopefully that's the candle for the pullback, then the sell. It's like, come on. Don't like the struggles.
Order canceled.
All right. Were you able to add to some of your winner a QQ? Did you jump in that? So it may come back and stop me out, but that's okay. We're gonna do the 2 minute candle. I don't want it to knock me out too soon. A little bit higher. We're just back on 1 micro again. Actually, we're probably willing to lose a little bit more since we made another $80 off of that move there already. Because we got four more micros with 10 handles. So okay. I was really hoping that we would push the 60s there. That's kind of the area of the equal O's. Yeah, as long as the 28 can hold on the ES, we still should be good as far as the move lower goes. You just got to make sure that 28 holds. Yeah, I know. It's consolidated a lot in this area. I was hoping for a faster, breakdown, but we've been finding a lot of support in this area. I thought at least we would break the 60s down there because we have equal lows on the 1 hour chart, or relevant equal lows. And these lows are back from the 14th of the month. Like this is from 2 weeks ago, this level here. Kind of, if you move over here, this is on the 1 hour chart. We have almost equal lows back down at the 60s. A lot of support in this area too. The 1 hour chart looks like it wants to push. I mean, it's close. I mean, look how close we are to that. So, see, there's no way I could sit through this if I had minis on. What is, I think at one time we were down 30. What would that been? 30 times 20. That'd have been a $600 if we were on a mini for 30 handles. I think that's right. Yeah. So we won't be adding to this position anymore. All right. Here's our 60 incoming. We got pretty close down to the 60s. Let's see. We I was trying to see where we pushed down to. Almost the 70s. Boy, it's going to be a fight to get down there. Were you able to get you a little bit more profit, or did you just close your order already, QQ? I may start looking for some profit or go to break even. I mean, and see how low we can take it. I might not even really worry about any more profit off of this account because we're just in for one micro and we're trying to take it down as far as we can. Once this candle prints, I'll go to break even. We'll let this candle print. I've just recently started looking for bigger moves like this. I used to do more of a scalping type thing, and I actually enjoy this a little bit better. Just I take a little bit more losses doing it, but if you can do your risk management, okay, it's not too bad. I just I just changed my risk management up a couple weeks ago, where I enter my trades on 1 micros now, most of them. Except for this morning, we did trade on minis because I had my chart set up and I didn't realize I was on minis until the market opened. So we traded the minis this morning. The ES is just struggling to get past the 24 area. Looks like we may get a little bit of pullback here. Once we get down into the 60s, if we get down in the 60s, we will move our little 230 algorithm kick in. Man, I was really thinking that we would sell off once we got below the 80s, but man, this thing is just holding. I guess for us to move down, um, it looks like almost like we're going to have to break that 60 for maybe a swift down. Come on, old girl. Let's go. Let's get the nasty NASDAQ moving south. We are definitely a struggle to moving lower. I hope this isn't really a support area of just consolidation before we move back up. I don't really want to wait from, hold this for another, 30-point move back up. May just risk $20. Just bring it down to. So this way, the most that I'll lose is what's that? 10 to 10? Yeah, $20. And if we can get below the 60s, I will go to break even. Come on, let's go. 1 hour chart. It's pushing the 60s. Uh, just be careful if you're jumping in again, just because we've been consolidating this area so much. Or if you're jumping in, maybe don't jump in, very low risk or something like that. All right, so we're pretty close to going to break even. We're trying to push into the 60s. Once we push into the 60s, I'll just go to break even, and if we get something, we get something. If not, we'll just take whatever profit we made earlier off this trade. We already took $80 out of this trade. We put in 4 more micros and took it for a 10 handle move. All right. Yeah, we're good right now on this trade. We're just trying to see what else we can get out of it. It's all. The most that we can lose on this trade right now would be $20 if it pushes back up and taps us out at the 95s. So we did hit that 65. I'm not sure if it's quite 64. It might have hit the 64. I can't tell. So I mean, we got right to the bottom of this box that we had drawn out from this morning. Oh, well, it hit almost the bottom of the box. It's close. But where could this go to? Mm-mm-mm. So we could have got out of that trade with a little bit of positive and just been done with it, but we're just going to keep holding to either we get stopped out or we move back down to the 30s or 20s. All right, so this looks like it's going to finally stop us out. That was kind of our break. That's where we first kind of entered at that 96 from earlier. All right. So we're going to finish today's P&L on this count at 818. Looks like we're going to bounce off that 28. I didn't want to risk anymore because we're already up a lot on it. There's no reason to risk any more of my profits on this account. We're already up over 1,000 on this account. We're at 26,033. So basically 400 something more dollars to get one of my funded accounts back because we did lose a funded account 2 weeks ago. So yeah, the level you want to look for here is hopefully this would just be a fake breakout above the 28 for us to sell back down. But I'm glad I'm out of that trade. I've been in that trade basically, it seems like, for the last 30 or 40 minutes. We've been in that trade for a while. And we were able to take a little bit of profit out of that trade. I think we took what? I think about $60 or $70 out of that trade on micros. So just remember, guys, we do have some 3-star news tomorrow. I want to say it's either at 9:30 or 10 o'clock. I don't remember the exact time, but we do have 3-star news in the morning for anybody that trades the news. I want to say it's consumer reports or something. I don't know. We can look real quick. Oh, tomorrow. Okay, so it is at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Um, consumer confidence news and a lot of other little 1, 2-star news, but not too much. But I want to say we get a little bit of movement out of that. I mean, I don't think it'll be those big 100-point movers like we usually get. I'm not sure. I don't remember what the last consumer report news gave us as far as points because I usually don't trade the news very often. There's one thing that I have been doing with the news is waiting for the market to complete the candle on the news play, then look for the pullback of the 50%, just kind of pull the Fibonacci on the candle and look for a pullback of 50% of that candle. Oh man. Then maybe later that day you can look for like data highs or data lows off those candles too. So there's multiple ways of using the candle after the fact. How much of a red day do you have right now, QQ? Is it at least a manageable red day? Okay. Yeah, I was talking about where, you get one of those red days where it's like, over half of your account's gone or something. I hate those kind of red days where you lose like half of your account. I don't usually get those too often, but every now and then I'll lose composure and kind of go tilt offline sometimes. I mean off stream. So which broker are you using, QQ? Or who are you are you I'm assuming you're trading with a prop firm. What prop firm are you using? Apex. Okay. Same here. These I trade Apex and Bulanox. So with Bulanox, we have two funded accounts with Bulanox, and we have two with Apex. And yeah. Oh yeah. Neither have I. I've been doing mine very slow. I don't I've been trying to like work on more to stay more consistent because I traded sim account for a good while. Even starting out this year, I traded sim account a lot. But I have been trading funded accounts and evals. So the struggles that I have had in the past is I have no problem getting to funded. It's keeping my funded accounts where I was having issues going tilt. So I've just kind of just slowed my progression down. So whenever I trade my funded accounts, I don't want to be nervous. I want to have the same confidence as I do whenever I trade my eval. You're saying some of your funded accounts are on life support? Three of them? Yeah, so far mine are good. The Bulanox ones, those are still fairly new. I I still got to, do the pay for the whole funded process. I haven't done that yet. But the Apex I have, the reason why I've been trading these Apexes so slow is because there's they're lifetime accounts, so I really don't have to be in a hurry. Um, the one that I messed up on a few weeks ago was a monthly one, and so I did that so it would make me put pressure on me to trade it. But at least on the 250K, I am up almost $2,000. So I'm hoping if I can just slowly, I'd like to get one more, big move like we've gotten today with the 50 handles. That would be my, you know, goal there. If we can get another one of those later this week. Then we also have this 25K that we're up 567 on. So the PAs are in pretty good shape at the moment. Just hope we keep them that way. You have $500 left on them. Yeah, it's been a fairly good trading day. Hopefully we can continue this the most of the rest of the week. I mean, I know there'll be a probably a oopsie doopsie here and there. What the hell? I think I've heard Methodical Man say something about marrying a goat like multiple times. I don't know what he's talking about, marrying a goat or a donkey. Oh goodness. All right, guys, I think that's going to do it for me. I'm not going to really trade this last hour. I don't want to be tempted to take any more trades. I feel like we had probably one of our better trading days because we did trade on minis this morning. So we're all together, we're probably up, what, 800, 1200, $1,400 altogether on all the accounts today. And those are sim accounts down there. So then we also made $50 on a Beulah Knox over there a while ago to get that second one above the threshold. Thanks everybody for watching. Oh yeah, thanks trader. Hope you're able to finish green today. Hope you're able to at least get some of those larger trades that we were able to knock out today. And we will see you guys at 9 o'clock in the morning. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I feel like today's probably been one of our better Mondays trading. It just seems like we were actually, getting some movement today. It was nice. We had a little bit of consolidation there for a little while. Thank you, Roman, also. All right, we'll see you guys in the morning. Thank you, guys.